Welcome everybody to our workshop Tuesday, July 16th, 2024, 5 o'clock, a little after. Call to order. Item B, declaration of a quorum, 6 members present, 1 absent, possibly on the way. Welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. Item C, hearing of citizens. I don't believe we have any for this meeting. Item D, consideration of discussion regarding the 24-25 budget and compensation. Ms. Wilson.
No, I was just waiting for it. Yes, sorry about that. I'm learning new. Welcome board, Dr. Harkrider. I appreciate being able to speak with you guys tonight. I'm excited that you've given me the opportunity to work for College Station ISD. If you ask some of my board members, something that they'll say about me is I love accounting, and I think it can be fun. So hopefully you guys love accounting as well. We're going to start off with the compensation plan. When I look at a compensation plan, I think there are 3 things that we really need to consider. It's competition, costs, and sustainability. And those are the things that I really think we want to look at when we're looking at a compensation plan. Some great things that are happening here at College Station ISD. I'm sorry I did that twice. When I was doing some research on College Station, a couple things that really showed about our district is our teacher turnover. And I think that's one thing that we want to give a shout out to our administrators and our teachers that are doing great things. We are winning the race there, 18.8% turnover in College Station ISD. These are our comparative districts. When we look at districts and try to figure out where we want to make sure we're competitive with, these are the districts we'll look at. So one thing that we want to take into consideration is that 18.8%, and our teachers are staying here at College Station ISD. The next thing we want to look at is how much we pay for compensation. One thing I would like to point out is College Station, out of all of our peer districts, are paying the most towards employee health care. So employee-only health care, we pay $476 a month. Per the state, we're required to pay $225 of that per month. However, our district is paying $476. If you want to look just a little bit further, employee plus family, our district is paying $509 on those comparative districts, and you can kind of look how that means there. So I think that's a very positive that we can take. When you look at the makeup of our school district, I kind of want to point out a few things. 50% of our teachers are 0 to 10 years, and so we want to make sure we're competitive across the board, but I wanted to at least give you an idea of where we stand. 27% of the additional teachers are 11 to 20 years, and so that's kind of where our population is. If you look at the makeup of our total staff, 50% of our total staff are teachers, librarians, and nurses. You've got another and 19% in auxiliary. That's your bus drivers. That's everybody that handles your day-to-day operations of the district outside of the classroom. Your clerical professionals, 20%. 11% administrative professionals. That's across the board. That's your principals, and that's your administrative staff as well. And then if you want to look at first-year teacher salary in our comparative districts, and when we pull up these comparison districts, we're really looking at the districts that are kind of in our area. And so you're very familiar where these cities are, but you can kind of see we're $51,000 for starting pay. You can kind of look at the other ones, Tomball and New Caney. They're a little bit closer to the Metroplex than us, and so that's going to pull their salaries a little bit higher than what you see for College Station. And then I wanted to just put into that number, if you add the benefits that we pay addition higher than our other peer districts, you're kind of get that number pulled up a little bit higher. And then we take a bigger spread from our peer districts. So those are some things I wanted to talk to you about on the comparison districts. But then if you also look here, we're kind of sitting a little bit lower than medium, with a 0 years 51,000, 5 years 52,250, and you can kind of see how that weighs up. So we're really kind of pretty competitive with that 0 to 10 year salary. And then as we look in the future for the next budget cycle, I think especially if we get an increase in basic allotment, how the law currently reads is 30% of increased basic allotment has to be spent on staff. And then when they narrow it down for teaching staff, they say a majority of that, or a higher percentage of that, has to be spent on the older teachers or the more veteran teachers. And so you can kind of see where we could take some of that funding and place it and kind of help us pull us up into more competitive with our peer districts at that time. So we presented these three plans last month, and I kind of pared it down on actual cost to the district. And so I'm looking at three plans that were pretty well presented last month. We're looking at a 1.5% and a 2% raise. That would start our teaching salary, our first 0-year teachers at 51,750. There were 51,000 last year. That's a 2% of midpoint. That gives a $1,200 increase to all of our teaching staff across the board. 1.5% of midpoint for admin, 2% for midpoint for paraprofessionals, and 2% for auxiliary. The difference there is bus drivers is we're gonna have to move the bus driver rate up to be a little bit more competitive in our area. And when we do that, because we're set on tables, if we move that starting pay up and you've got a lot of people on the beginning end of that, and I counted about 20 bus drivers or between 1 and 3 years of experience, and so we're gonna need to move them off the starting pay a little bit, and then that'll get them a little bit higher than someone that's coming in brand new without experience. So, and then if you look at Plan B, pretty well the same thing. The only difference there is we'd go ahead and give the administrators the 2% raise as well. That's a little over $100,000 difference between Plan A and Plan B. Plan C is a 1.5% across the board, and the only difference is that's 1.5% across the board, and yes, I did not change that on that PowerPoint, but that's what I meant it to say. If you want the breakdown between the categories, this is a little bit of the breakdown between the categories for the raises. It's your raise, and then there's a little bit figured in there for your benefit increases. And then I kind of wanted to talk about sustainability. That was another thing we wanted to talk about. And so this is the budget that Amy presented in the last board meeting. And so when you look at the $4.3 million increase, you can kind of look across the board. We know ESSER funds are going away, and we know that those are going to have to be moved into the general fund. So that's going to be a huge increase for our school district this year. We had a few staffing increases when we added additional positions. We did increase how much we're paying into the employees' health care, so that was the additional cost there. $306,000 is estimated for safety and security, and basically that is just taking us into that state compliance that we're hitting with secured officers on each campus and things like that. So that would be the increase. And then the other inflationary increase, like we're having to estimate 15% increase right now on property and casualty, and so you can kind of see some of those numbers coming in. With those numbers, we're gonna fine tune those numbers. In the next little bit, we'll start getting actual numbers in, and we're gonna be able to replace the estimates with actuals, and we'll be able to fine tune that. When you look at the reductions, there was a lot of reductions in staffing where we thought that we could reduce, and so you can see those numbers there. When I said, it's kind of funny because I said we're going to push ESSER funds back into the general fund, but then you see a $1.3 million there in savings. That's because they allowed us to pull those over into September. We're going to be able to hit a lot of software programs and things like that right off the get-go in September to kind of relieve some funding for the 24-25 budget. And then we had a 7% decrease in the allotments that were given out to the campuses. And so you can kind of see overall, you're looking at the $4 million deficit there. Okay, that's before we add in raises. So if you kind of want to look at the three plans, you've got Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C, and you can kind of look at what that does to our deficit. Now, I built this is all built on a 12-month. And the reason why I did that is when you look at the deficit and you roll in a 10-month budget, we're going to be better off, and we're not going to see a deficit at the end of this year. But we've got to be very mindful if the legislation does not step up and help our school district, we're going to be assuming the full amount in the next school year. And so right now, Amy estimated $8 to $10 million savings if we go to the 10-month, and so that would cover the cost that you see here. But for sustainability, I wanted you to see what the bottom line would be with a 12-month budget. Okay, another thing we have to think about when we're setting raises and we're looking at fund balance is what our board policy says. So this is actually CE local in our board policy, and it says we have to have near 3 months operating expenditures in our assigned and unassigned fund balance. So you're gonna see me next month kind of bring in a request to move some committed fund balances into unassigned fund balances that we've set aside, and that's to get us in compliance with this 3-month operating. So we're getting really close to a 3-month operating in our fund balance, and so we want to keep that in mind as we go forward. So this is just a historical information of our fund balance, and you can kind of see right now at the end of 2023, we ended the fiscal year with 39 million in fund balance. And so that's a really great, a little over 3 months operating cost. But as we look at these deficit budgets, we just need to keep that in mind, as well as what our board policy requires us to take, to be able to cover. So I kind of wanted to bring us back to the three options and see if there are any questions or concerns that you might have for me, or what we could answer.
It was fast. I need a little minute to, and there were some new things in there, which I really appreciate. I love the upfront stuff about, where we compare with compensation and such is, and retention is great. I need to go back a little to some of the middle slides, though.
Okay.
I actually, one of the things I liked also, the breakdown of how many people we have in each of those different buckets, because we are talking about different, potentially giving different compensation for different groups. And make sure I understand who is in each of these. Because I think the numbers changed a little bit from last time too, as how much the difference between a 1.5 and a 2%
It did.
would
Okay.
be.
So when Amy was looking at it, she was going to give different amounts to different teacher grade populations. So like a 5-year teacher might get a little bit more than a 20-year teacher, but I really wanted it to be consistent across the board, so that we were going to give 1,000, 1%, or 1,200. Because if you look at the spread again, where we have 0 to 10 years, we're kind of competitive in that area. It's where we kind of lose some of the competition is in the other one. So I wanted to be consistent across the board. So yes, they did change a little bit.
And then does this align with the buckets on the other, the other breakout of the percentage raises? Are these the exact same buckets? 50% of our folks are in that first line up there, 11% are in the admin and professional.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
That
Okay.
is true.
Okay.
This was all done through a TASB salary study, and this is what our district turned into TASB, and these are the percentages they came back with. But then I took it a little bit further when I was calculating the raises, and I was able to pull each one out of each bucket and just to compare it to what TASB had, and they pretty well had within two employees of exacts. So yes.
So just one last on this part. The admin and professional is just who again, everybody?
Okay, so it would be all directors, coordinators, diags, counselors, principals, APs, administration here in this building. I'm sure there are some, actually, our transportation director, our executive director of maintenance, all of those type people would be considered administrative professional. A lot of our technology folks are administrative professional as well.
So some in the campuses and some here and throughout the district.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
You mind going to the next?
And I'm sorry, I talk really fast.
You do. It's all right.
Which,
Actually, to where the money break, or the number of people we had in each of those and the numbers, that one, I think, yeah. How much, because I'm just looking at how much it cost us for each of these.
Sure. And then the packet that went out, I had in there a column that says what a 1.5% would be for this and what a 2% would be for that as well, and the benefits plan, so that you could really kind of see that.
Yeah, I want to draw attention to that in that next slide. The inflationary costs are 3 times our staff increases. When you talk about sustainability, do you expect that to be the new number, or do you expect those to come down?
I do not expect those to come down.
Yeah,
No,
'cause gas
sir.
hadn't come down really, has it?
No. And the thing about it is they've been rapidly increasing over the last several years. And our last increase from the state was in 2019. And I think the most inflationary cost we've received is from 2019 till now. So those are real numbers that school districts are seeing.
It's things that we can't control.
No, sir, we can't.
And I don't expect you to know the answer, but do y'all have a sense of how many, how many school districts are running deficit this year? Because I know this is the first time in a long while that we've had to run anywhere close to a deficit. Do you know how?
I don't have a number. TASB or TASA hasn't put anything out. I'm sure they will once all the budgets are done by the middle of September. We'll probably hear it at the TASA TASB conference. I was at a conference, I believe it was the Midwinter Conference in January. There were probably 120 superintendents in the room. I would say 85% raised their hand that they were passing a deficit budget, expected to pass one this year, and over 70% of those, it was the first time that their district had passed a deficit budget.
I had heard 75% of districts. I just know if it's documented. And then I'd like to point out, also for the record, we're talking about a 2% raise, and the state gave themselves a 5% raise, but we get no new revenue. So you were nodding, just for my education, have we run a deficit this large?
No, not this large. We've passed deficit budgets before, but generally speaking, at the end of the fiscal year, it's kind of evened itself out. I think there's one example, like if you look at the 1 year where we did have a budget deficit, probably, 20, yeah,
Including this current one, though.
yeah.
And at my previous district, I took my peer districts and I looked at all, kind of snitched on their websites to find out if they had a deficit budget or not. And there were over 80% of them that had a deficit budget the previous year. I think there were only 2 out of all of them that actually had a flat budget.
I think for me, what's important is that it's stuff we can control, and I think it's a tight budget for things we can control. We can't control inflation. We can't control gas prices. We can't control the state getting a pay raise but not giving us new revenue.
Can you elaborate more on if we go to a 10-month budget, and you said that would kind of help us?
Yes, so a 10-month budget's going to lay out a little bit different. So we're going to adopt a 10-month budget this year. That means we're going to receive all of our funding for our students in the first 10 months. However, we have teachers that are accrued because they start in the month of August. We're going to get that accrual back on that budget. And then all of our 11-month contracts, we get a month of savings there, and our 12-month contracts, we get 2 months of savings. And so there's also some savings in just day-to-day of utilities, the property and insurance cost, and other things like that that'll make up the savings. So that one 10-month program, we're going to be able to put that money into fund balance. So when we close this 10-month, we're going to put money in fund balance.
And I think it was 5% of the staff or teachers is over 30 years. Is that right? That was on there. So Chrissy, you make up 5%? I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
So,
Sorry, I'm flipping through these.
could you slowly go back? Okay, then forward. I'm trying to remember the particular slides.
Which slide are you looking for?
Well, there was one that, and I think it's related to the 10-month versus 12-month budget, and related to my fear of numbers. But there's a $4 million estimated expense over revenue on the 12-month basis there. And then there's another slide towards the end that showed a $6 million, or, yeah.
Because this includes the compensation increase and the
Okay.
other one does not.
That's what I was, yeah. And so that, let's say we did that 6.2, 6.3 million. What would that do to our fund balance?
Okay, so I kind of looked at those numbers because I was looking at a 3-month, and what we anticipate this year is to decrease about $1.5 million. That's what she's feeling, Amy feels is going as a deficit this year. And so if we decrease that, it'll be about 37 million. So that's going to drop us a little bit more if we were to do a 12-month budget, less than the 3 months. And so, but we're doing a 10-month budget.
Okay, so, but using a 12-month still, then
Yes.
that would take us down to 32
Yes,
million-ish?
sir.
Would that give us the 3 months of
No, sir,
operating?
it will not. It will be a couple $100,000 of doing that if we were to do the 2%. So I feel like you said earlier, I think we could make up the difference, and so we'll kind of be flat. But then when we move into the next school year, we're gonna have to really look at everything. So we'll start our budget process basically once this one's adopted for the next school year.
So basically, at the end of next year, you're not going to see the deficit because of 10 months. We'll actually put money back into fund balance, but then the rub will be what takes place during the legislative session in 25. What does it do with funding? Because without additional funding, you're at roughly that $6.2 million deficit without any raises for 26, 27. That would be on top of that if the state did absolutely nothing.
And I think we're using the wrong term. It's not a raise. It's marginally a cost of living increase. Because I think cost of living is generally considered 3%, and we're not even debating cost of living increase. And then it just, again, just editorializing. We're a public entity. It's a public service, constitutionally obligated. We can't go sell more cheeseburgers to increase revenue. Oh, and by the way, we can't gain new revenue with the increase in our tax base. So I commend you. It's a zero-sum game. You've done a great job tightening where you can. I know people get scared when they hear deficit, but it's really stuff that's out of our hands, in my opinion.
You know, the other part that we haven't talked about is very nominal student growth. You know, we've talked about the numbers, roughly 1,100 students live in our school district that do not attend our school district. If you took 300 of those kids and they came back here, budget looks totally different because now you've got the growth of kids. That's the rub. You know, if you're growing, the formula usually works in your favor. If you're not, but, you know, we have nominal growth, but we have kids that actually live here that have chosen, you know, since COVID not to come through our doors yet.
We also don't get credit for the ones that are not in the average daily attendance compared to enrollment.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, just to piggyback on all that, I mean, I should have started with the comment that we are in this tight position and talking about, I mean, probably our greatest ever deficit budget because of where the state has put us. I mean, I said last time, if you just kept up with the state's inflation numbers, that we would have $1,360 more per student, and that would equate to close to $20 million over, you know, so it would be significant, and that's just, you know, meeting inflation. So that said, the part that, and I don't know if you're getting to this, the kind of why you're asking this, it's not this year. Going to this 10-month is going to really help us get through this year. It's really it's the next year, right? And how do we manage that? And obviously, we have we're going to be making some cuts, right, to help balance out some of that huge inflation numbers. But I don't know, $6 million is a lot to know that you're going to be facing something the next year, right? I think that's what we're have to struggle with.
So there are other I think what you're trying to say is there's other elected officials you can email and reach out to besides us.
Yes, thank you. It's not us. And honestly, I will say at that same meeting, and nobody better quote me out of context here, but at the same meeting where they gave us those numbers about the 1360, they also said if we really wanted to get our people's attention about the elected officials that control this, we wouldn't give anybody a raise because then we could get everybody upset. But I'm not saying that that's what I'm suggesting, but that's was mentioned. And he meant not just us, across the whole state and school districts. We don't control this was the point.
Okay, so our next steps, of course, we're going to do the compensation plan. Then we're going to go back and look at those budgets and start switching out employees and auditing our payroll just to make sure that we've accounted for 100% of our staff and there's not any savings that we can account for there. Then on the 25th, we get our certified values. That'll kind of help us set our tax rate. Then we turn in our maximum compressed tax rate to TEA. They approve the Tier 1 funding. And then we'll put that advertisement in the paper on August 9th. And then we'll bring a budget to you guys for approval, a tax rate and budget on the 20th of August. Are there any further questions? All right, thank you. Sorry, I'm learning.
That'll bring us to item 2, consideration and discussion regarding Texas Association of School Boards Policy Update 123. Ms. Hester.
So update 123 is smaller than the ones that have been along the legislature changes from the last legislative. We finally caught up to that. So next year they'll mess with us some more. But the The legal policies they're based on the legislative and the regulatory changes. Few of the legal policies, there's a couple, and those we don't get to vote on. Then there's a couple of local policies that are being updated, conflict of interest disclosures, economic development, emergency plans, other types of employment contracts, homebound instructions, and instructional resources and library materials. So anybody have any questions about those? That was easy. Thanks. You'll vote on it at the next board meeting.
To item E, we will adjourn.
Austin, how are you, man? Doing well.
I think we responded to the guy with two different spreadsheets, by the way. Texas Workforce Commission. That's all right. You should have more than enough information. Okay. I got Eric Wyback did data it up for me, so. Okay. There you go. Good to know. Yep.
Good. Okay. Welcome, everybody. Call to order our Board of Trustee regular meeting, Tuesday, July 16th, 2024, 7 p.m., a little after. Item B, declaration of a quorum. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Welcome to this meeting of the College Station Independent School District Board of Trustees. We were elected at large to represent the interests of our community and our state in educating our students. Our mission for our students in this district is success each life, each day, each hour. We adhere to all pertinent laws, policies, and procedures in posting agendas and conducting our meetings. The detailed agenda information was made available to us at least 72 hours in advance. We've all come to this meeting informed and prepared. We've just completed a workshop meeting where we heard reports and discussed much of the information needed to make decisions in either this meeting or in upcoming meetings. This is a meeting of the 7 trustees in a public setting rather than a public meeting. As such, public comment is included on the agenda at a specific time and requires us to listen rather than take action so as to abide by the Open Meetings Act. We're pleased that you have taken the time this evening to join us. We are very proud of this school district, and we thank you for your interest in and support of all of our students. That'll bring us to item C, recognitions, and I believe we have some summer day campers here tonight.
Right here. Okay. Hi, my name is Kelly Meza. I am one of the site directors for College Station ISD Summer Day Camp. With me today, I have Joey and Tabitha Hamer. They are both campers with us at Pebble Creek Summer Day Camp.
Hi, I'm Tilly McCoskey. I am also a site director for College Station ISD Summer Day Camp. And today I have Rex and Lennox Robertson, and they are also campers at Greens Prairie Summer Day Camp. Oh, wait. I'm just kidding. Joey. All right.
Good evening and welcome to the CSISD July Board meeting. Please stand for the national and state pledges. Pledge to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next. Pledge to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Now please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, that'll bring us to item C2. We want to recognize the artwork there at the back of our boardroom. This is actually from our CSISD art teachers throughout our district. Just phenomenal work. And this is these are our teachers that are teaching our kiddos how to be as good as they are. So just phenomenal art pieces. So make sure y'all check those out. C3, want to recognize the new staff. Ms. Goolsby.
I'm here to recognize a few staff members. We're filling positions all summer. We wanted to recognize our new administrators in the district that have filled those positions throughout the district. Our first new staff member, his name is J.D. Perez. He's coming to us from Northside ISD. He's going to be the assistant principal of Cypress Grove Intermediate.
Good evening. My name is JD Perez. I do come from San Antonio, Northside ISD. I'm very excited to be here in College Station and continue the success that College Station ISD is known for. So I'm very excited to just continue learning and doing what you guys are doing. Thank you, guys.
Our next new team member is Sydney White. She comes from Lufkin ISD and is currently serving as an assistant principal for 2 years there in that district. She will be one of the new assistant principals at Welborn Middle School.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us here. I fell in love with education through College Station ISD schools and programs because I'm a graduate of Texas A&M, and it's good to come home and return to a place that kind of gave me my passion and my purpose. So thank you.
Last but not least, Shannon Espitia. She is currently served as a digital learning coach at Oakwood for 2 years. She will be the next assistant principal. Assistant principal.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve.
Assistant principal at Welborn Middle School. She has 8 years of experience in teaching and learning.
Well, thank you. I'm Shannon Espitia. I am a product of CSISD. Dr. Heichreiter, Mr. Horak, thank you for the opportunity to serve thus far in this district at Consol and both Oakwood. I've learned such valuable things and developed a passion for education there as well, and I'm just excited to continue to serve at Welborn Middle School this year.
All right, that'll bring us to Dr. Harkrider. I believe we have some presentations also.
We do. We have a couple campuses that will be presenting tonight on their Solution Tree PLC visit to Fort Worth that they went to a conference, and I believe our first group up is some teachers from Consol.
Good evening, Dr. Harkrider and members of the board. Thank you for having us. I'm Lindsay Zahn. I teach at A&M Consolidated.
I'm Sarah Manning. I teach at Consol also.
And I'm Ann Scott. I'm one of the APs at Consol.
And we just want to thank the district for sending us to the Solution Tree training to learn about the PLCs that we'll be implementing this year. And we were just asked to share a little bit about what we took from that conference. So basically, this is a process that allows educators to work in a collaborative environment and make sure that we are reaching all of our students. That is something that was repeated over and over, and we love the sentiment of our students and try to reach them to their highest level of learning. There are 3 big ideas. The first is a focus on learning, and we'll go into that a little bit more in just a second. The second is a collaborative culture, and the third is a results orientation. The 4 critical questions that we will keep in mind as we go through this process is, what do we expect students to learn? There's a lot of fun things to know in the world, but what do they need to know to be successful at the next level? And then the second is, how do we know that they are learning that? And that's where the results come in, and we will look at data-based results and be able to see where gaps might be or where we can improve our teaching practices. And then how do we respond when they do not learn? Instead of just moving on, how can we use remediation or any sort of intervention to improve on that learning and make sure that they do have exactly what they need before they move up to the next level. And the last is, how do we respond when they have already learned? How can we extend for those students that know it, and we can improve on extending their learning further beyond what they already know. And then this is just a graphic for you to show the three levels that happens at. The know is the first. We'll start with the standards and then move into instruction. The question 2 is showing the learning. Of course, we'll do classroom monitoring as teachers, but we'll also have common formative assessments that we'll be creating. And then the last is where the data comes in and seeing, do we need to have remediation or can we go ahead and move into mastery? And the takeaways that we got from the conference, it was very encouraging. And again, thank you for allowing us to go have that training, because we were able to walk away feeling stronger about the process. And then also, we know that we can go back to our teachers and explain to them how having this common period together allows us to improve our teaching practices. We'll be able to analyze data and then really reflect on our teaching practices to make sure that they're best for all of our students. And a lot of times, hopefully it will strengthen job satisfaction, because a lot of times we do learn amazing things and get great trainings all the time, but then we have to go back and work in isolation. And we didn't have common planning periods to be able to get together and collaborate and bounce ideas off of each other. And then, of course, use that data from that point to say, okay, that was a good practice or it wasn't a good practice. So hopefully we'll see a lot of teachers really feeling a sense of community in that collaboration. And then it does just bring us a sense of teacher efficacy. We know that we can do these things, and it will strengthen that, hopefully. And that is the last of it. Is there anything else that we can expand on, or do y'all have any questions?
No, just thanks for coming and sharing. How many folks from Consol went, or was it 3 per campus? Is that?
I believe we had nine between
total, okay.
teachers and administrators, but we saw lots of our friends from across the district there. And we know that a lot of people went last week as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This time, I believe we have some teachers and staff members also from Greens Prairie.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Adams, and I'm a 4th grade English Language Arts classroom teacher at Greens Prairie Elementary. First of all, thank you to Dr. Harkrider and the board for having us this evening and allowing us the opportunity to attend the professional learning community training in Fort Worth, Texas this summer. It was such a worthwhile experience that I continue to process each day. A professional learning community, as we heard earlier, is an ongoing process in which educators work collaboratively in recurring cycles of collective inquiry and action research to achieve better results for the students they serve. The benefit of deepening our foundational understanding in this process with the leading experts in the PLC community was so important. We were literally learning at the feet of the masters in the PLC work. Our campus intentionally divided up each day's sessions to maximize the number of training sessions we attended. This ensured we received as much information as possible. Each day at lunch, we met to share our key takeaways from each presentation. We discussed what each session had in common and any salient quotes and concepts we wanted to bring back to our campus and share. At the end of each day, we met again as a collaborative team and discussed the afternoon sessions. These were extremely productive conversations focused on how to implement these ideas that we were learning at our campus and throughout the district. A highlight of the experience was a personal conversation with one of the dynamic keynote speakers. Our campus coalition had the opportunity to sit down with the speaker, who answered specific questions unique to our district and campus. His insight was invaluable. At each session, we met other educators from all over the United States as well as internationally, who either had some knowledge of the process or who were beginning the PLC journey. It was helpful hearing from those who were further in the process of implementation. The network opportunity to hear from other talented educators with a passion for growth and student success was motivating. To say it was an extraordinary opportunity is an understatement. The presenters were nationally renowned thought leaders in professional learning communities, and we were able to learn directly from them the nuts and bolts of this strategy. This conference definitely helps us achieve our goal for educators to work together to help all students succeed at high levels. Thank you again to Mrs. Barrington and the CSISD district for allowing us this fantastic experience.
Hi, I'm Morgan Gibbs. This year I will actually be an instructional coach on our campus. And just kind of what Consol said and what Debbie said, this conference was really powerful. I feel like it was a lot of stuff that we've been talking about as a district for a while, but this really gives us like a clear line on how to implement it and how to really look at our data in a new way to help our students grow. And really build a solid foundation, not only for our students, but also for our teachers. And so I'm looking forward to using the processes to coach our teachers and then see all of our student growth that we'll get from this. Thanks.
I just want to thank both campuses and teachers and staff, number one, for taking the time to attend the conference, and number two, taking time during your summer break to come visit with us tonight. We very much appreciate that. And to the board, this will be something that we want to continue to do throughout the year, is that you hear from our staff members, especially our teachers. And throughout the course of the year, we'll give you a deeper glimpse into videos and other things that's taking place behind the scenes as far as what we do in our classrooms and what our teachers also do behind the scenes.
All right. That'll bring us to D1, board reports. I don't know if we have any. Well, then that takes us to superintendent update.
Righty. Just kind of in a little bit of a lull here over the next couple of weeks, and then we hit it full boat starting July 29th. Campuses, all administrators are back this week, so they are gearing up for the start of school. We've got hiring that we're continuing to do at the campus and district level. The 29th, I believe, the 30th, new teachers come back. So our new teacher university will kick off that week, August 5th. All of our staff members return, and then our convocation kicks off on August the 6th. So we are very busy, but we're about to get much busier here in the coming weeks.
All right, that'll bring us to item E, hearing citizens. We did not have any this week for this meeting. That'll bring us to item F, consent agenda. Those items are item G, I3, I4, I5, J1, J2, J3, J4, J5, J6, 7, and 8. And that is all.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Dr. Payne, second by Mr. Decker. Any questions, comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries 7-0. Brings us to item I1, consider approval of an order of election authorizing a general election to be held November 5th, 2024 for the purpose of electing CSISD Board of Trustees, Position 1 and Position 2 by the qualified voters of the College Station ISD, establishing early voting locations and vote centers for this election and making provisions for conducting the election. Mr. Dunson.
Thank you, Mr. Horak, members of the board. As it says on the agenda, we are recommending that the school district approve the order of general election for November 5th, 2024. This order for the general election for at-large position 1 and at-large position 2 for the College Station Independent School District Board of Trustees, again, will be for November 5th, 2024. The attached order of general election provides the statutory notice that is required to be published for any election held in the state of Texas. So again, it is recommended that the College Station Independent School District approve the order of general election regarding the November 5th, 2024 general election.
And move to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Ben, second by Dr. Payne. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Continuing on to I-2, consider approval of an interlocal government agreement between College Station Independent School District and Brazos County related to the November 5th, 2024 general election. Mr. Dunson.
Yes, sir. So in order to hold this election, according to the Texas Education Code, we have to hold this election as a joint election with a local municipality on the election date for a state or county officers or for a governing board of a public junior college. We're also able to enter into election services contracts with our local county. And so CSISD has chosen to partner with Brazos County to hold a general election on November 5th, and this interlocal agreement provides the procedures relating to the conducting of the November 5th, 2024 election. So it's recommended that the College Station Independent School District approve the interlocal agreement with the County of Brazos regarding the November 5th, 2024 general election.
Motion approved as presented.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Payne, second by Ms. Ege. Any further discussion?
Just a quick comment that obviously, I mean, this greatly reduces the amount that we spend on elections, right? And we are only going to pay a fifth of the total cost of the local elections. But just a reminder that it does relinquish a little bit of control, to the county to make the decisions about where the locations are and such. I mean, not that we cannot still, I think, be involved and voice our opinions, but we are giving up that control. I mean, I'm willing to do it, obviously, because the cost is well worth it, and people want to all vote together. But just a reminder.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. That will bring us to item J9, consideration, discussion, and possible action related to the 24-25 employee compensation plan. Ms. Wilson.
Good evening, Dr. Harkrider, Board of Trustees. We had a budget workshop earlier tonight where we presented 3 different plans. It's the administrative recommendation to adopt Plan B for the compensation plan. It would increase beginning teacher pay to $51,750 and allow a 2% pay raise on every midpoint for all pay families, with the exception of bus drivers with a 2.5% pay raise. In addition, we would continuation of the teacher incentive allotment.
Motion approved as presented.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Payne, second by Ms. Simmons. Any further discussion? Questions?
I did have one question that I thought of after the workshop, and I think I have it clarified, that folks who were just very recently hired, or even folks that are coming in hired to start in the fall, do they get an additional increase?
So when we look at our pay families, we place we placed employees based on the pay grades. So we have the min, and max, and so we'll place them on the pay grade. So no, they'll get what their experience allows.
Yeah, anybody, the district hadn't had a direct cutoff date. What I've used in the past is spring break. Anybody that was hired prior to spring break that has worked with us in a role would be eligible for a raise. That would include teachers. Anything past spring break, the negotiated contract is their number for 24-25.
And that primarily affects administration.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to say, Ms. Wilson, thank you for your workshop, because I like how you laid out this is a choice and then the impact we're having. And I want to, just so the taxpayers understand, at least for my logic, we owe them a quality product. I think we've got a good track record doing that because of all the things you laid out. We have great teacher retention. That leads to great performance. So as a business owner and employer, if you want a good product, you have to have good people producing that. It's about keeping and rewarding that success. It's a very challenging environment when we can't get new revenue. We can't go out and sell new cheeseburgers. We can't raise the price on our menu. So I don't like, it's not a pay increase. It's not a compensation. It's marginally a cost of living adjustment for all the work they do. But I like how you laid it out. It is going to have an impact on the budget. I don't, it's an investment, which is what we're here to do. So thank you very much.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Brings us to item K1. Consider authorizing the superintendent or designee to negotiate an amendment to the contract with Armco Industries for a building envelope survey at multiple campuses in an amount not to exceed $150,000. Mr. Buckner.
What's this? Is there the? Show me how to work this thing. I got you. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Thanks for having me tonight. Just kind of give a quick update where we are on the roofs across the district and how it kind of impacts the 2023 bond program that was passed this past November. Within that bond program, $45 million was allocated for deferred maintenance. That included the Priority 1 facility assessment items. I included Priority 2 facility assessment items on this as well, mainly because I look at Priority 1s and 2s. Priority 1s typically has a lifespan of 1 to 2 years, and your 2s are roughly around 3 to 5 years. So right now we're kind of assessing how to break these fit into this 45 million. Some of these may have already been performed, and that is what I'm actively going through with the maintenance department is all of these items to see how to package these into projects and what we can do to address all of these. But of these roofs, roughly out of the priority ones, 16 million is allocated in the assessment for priority ones. And another, which is on the next slide, the priority twos is roughly another $5.5 million. So you're looking at roughly $22 million of the 45 possibly to roofs. I will add a note here that some of these roofs that are listed as priority ones, we have since found that there are potential manufacturer warranties that are still applicable to these roofs, but those warranties weren't made available to the consultants during the facility assessment. So these will be addressed, and of course those numbers will hopefully greatly be reduced. In particular, like Spring Creek Elementary is one, Pecan Trail is another one. We are scheduling walks with our district consultant Armco, as well as with the roofing manufacturer on these roofs to see how we can proceed with the roof warranties and what that entails. But you can see the list of campuses that are part of the priority ones. And then with priority twos, there's just a few of those. Some of those are re-roofs and some of those are just repairs that were allocated in that. But once again, some of those are showing up on our roof warranties, which is here with South Knoll, College View, and various other campuses that we're going to look at with the manufacturer when we can get this walk scheduled and figure out what we can do in regards to repairs or what they cover with replacements. So there's a couple of things moving forward. One right now is actively working with Armco for engineering and design for replacement repairs of multiple campuses. For this first kind of string of campuses, we're looking at, of course, Consolidated High School, which is a combination of some hail damage repairs with some insurance proceeds as well as just end of life that needs to be done. Cypress Grove, there was a report completed by Armco in 2018 that recommended that roof to be replaced. So that one will be on the schedule to get designed and get bid out here soon, so we can get started on that fairly quickly and get that replaced. And Spring Creek, there's multiple leaks around the campus. We're trying to figure out how much is roof related, how much is HVAC equipment related, because a lot of the campuses do have quite a few rooftop units on them. So just going through, making sure those are all penetrated through the roof correctly and making adjustments to get that roof. And that is one that does have our manufacturer warranty still in place on it. And we have walked it with them once. We were waiting for some documentation, and we'll probably have them on it again just to make sure we get the the most bang out of that warranty that we can. Then central office, there's multiple leaks along this exterior wall between the buildings and everything that we're dealing with. There's some pictures of it coming up, but we kind of package these. This is enough for one, the first go round of one, the consultant to handle, and two, to get good quality bids from contractors to get that work, and then we will keep going down our list till we get all of these roofs addressed that we can. And then secondly, which kind of impacts the meeting tonight, is the doing a building envelope survey with Armco. So there's a litany of campuses, roughly around 20, that we really, from what we were finding, we don't have too much information on their roofs. So what we're doing is potentially doing a not to exceed contract with Armco, because their master service agreement is only for engineering and design. So this will be consulting on reports of the status, and then from those reports working out not just now in the present, but for future planning of the repairs and replacement cycles that we need to allocate funds for in the future. But this, as our consultant is going through more and more of his data and pictures, he's starting to find some older reports that have kind of disappeared, and he's refound. So we are hopeful that we're not going to have to do all of the campuses like we were originally thinking, that we're going to greatly dwindle that down and not have to use the total amount of funds. Right now we're looking at a not to exceed of $150,000 for these reports, and I'm working with him too on how in depth do we want to go on some of these. Some of these roofs that may need it, go further in depth with infrareds, with drones, everything else. Others, we may be good just with walking on the roof and then going underneath and popping ceiling tiles and getting the information we need. But it'll be all of that in between, as well as maybe core samples, which that is, we basically cut a piece out of the roof, see what it looks like from top to bottom, and that kind of dictates what we need to do, because with replacements or materials for repairs. So some of these pictures, first up is Pecan Trail, which you can see here. This one is falling under manufacturer warranty. You can see on this left picture of quite a few of the blisters in it, and then the middle picture and the right picture of how the asphalt and stuff is bleeding out from underneath. So multitude of reasons for that. Mainly could be went during installation, the temperatures weren't within manufacturer's requirements, so it didn't adhere properly, which would work in our benefit, because then the manufacturer warranty is greatly impacted with that. So that's Pecan Trail. Then here at central office, these are the little mechanical walks that are between this corridor, in between the two buildings. The equipment needs to be kind of lifted up. We need to reinstall those properly, and all of the drains in there are completely clogged up. However, all of the mechanical equipment that sits in those, you do not have access to those drains to clean them, and that is causing, as it rains, water to back up, and of course water finds the path of least resistance, and usually that ends up inside a building. So we're actively working on that one to get this addressed and repaired. And then at Cypress Grove, you can see the same thing with it. You have some blistering in it and across the roof, and like I mentioned earlier, that one, there was a report that we found from 2018 that recommended a full replacement of that roof. So we are going to get that on the top of the line with Consolidated High School to get these two roofs replaced. And that's kind of a quick rundown of a majority of these. If y'all have any questions for me or anything.
And just the comment you made that maybe the facilities assessment, were you indicating that some of this should have been covered in the facilities assessment? I mean,
well, it was covered in the facility assessment. It may not have, should have been a priority one, since there are warranties to it. Priority ones to me are like, we're at the very end of life. So Pecan Trail, that roof is not at the end of life. I typically, when I've installed roofs on the past on multiple campuses at my previous district, what we ask for, well, not ask for, what we required every time is a minimum of 20-year warranty. What we're finding is ours are kind of all over the place. Some of them are 10 years, some are 12, some are 15, some are 20. So kind of navigating that, we have found one manufacturer's set of warranties. There could be others that we just haven't found yet from other manufacturers. Typically in our specifications, we have 4 to 5 different manufacturers that are listed when these projects are bid out. So we're still navigating that. That's why I'm hopeful that 16 million will come down, because manufacturers should cover some of this. And we do have some insurance proceeds for consolidated roof as well.
And I was even thinking very specifically that should the assessment covered some of what will now need to be in a survey. You know, if we just paid a lot of money to have the assessments done, you know, is our partnership with you know, our architects, should they be part of this? Or?
No, well, Armco is our building envelope roofing consultant. So, and VLK would kind of deviate to them as well for them to go do that. They are, even on some of these new construction projects or anything coming up with renovations, additions, Armco is a consultant of VLK for the roofs and for the building envelope as well. They will draw those portions of the plans. So I'm just going straight to the source with Armco for that.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve is presented.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Payne, second by Ms. Simmons.
I got a question.
I do too.
Okay.
But go ahead.
First. Well, when you use the phrase, we've found some potential warranties and so forth, I mean, is that not something that the district, I guess, what do you mean by that? Because I would think that we'd have, you know, Pecan Trail was built, these are the docks, these are the warranties, it's all in one central location, it's, you know.
That could have been the wrong word. I didn't know that central location. So I have recently found some of the central location of where these documents are located.
Okay.
A lot of it is, there is a Google Drive with some on it, and there's also hard paper binders of it that are kind of stashed in different locations within the facilities building that I am.
So the answer to your
actively
question is
searching for.
no. They're not readily available.
Gotcha.
I just appreciate you trying to find some stuff and save us some money. So
Yeah.
I know you're new to this,
No,
so.
it's, no, that is the goal, is if the manufacturers can pony up as much of this as possible, then that is better for all of us.
Let's go back to Cy Grove. It was recommended in 18 full replacement. In my professional experience, we've had 3 major hailstorms since 18. Any chance that insurance might need to be looked at on that?
So, to my knowledge and talking with our roofing consultant, Cypress Grove was not one of the campuses that was walked by insurance.
But can we find out if it was covered on the policy, the roof?
Oh, it was covered under the policy. It's just, that is something I'm working with actively right now. Like right before this meeting, I had a phone call with our consultant, and that was one of my main questions, is these roofs that, I think there were about, he sent me a list, 12, 13 roofs that were walked due to the hailstorm. The rest were not. Is it too late? Can we still bring in this insurance adjuster now? And can we rewalk every single one of these roofs instead of just a select few? That is what I'm going to push for, is for every single roof to be walked with not only the school district representatives, but with Armco, our building consultant, building envelope consultant, as well as insurance. And that is a conversation that we are going to try to have as soon as possible with our insurance adjuster on that, to see if we can, some of these bring back into that claim from, I believe our last hailstorm was in 2021.
April 8th, 2021.
which
February 10th, 2024, also, if you need that one.
didn't
But,
realize there was one in February.
Just, I mean, it just,
But yes.
I mean, just kind of looking at what you presented, if it's deemed an 18 end of life and the policy still covers it at a replacement cost value from 18 till present day, and what we've had occurred over since 18, I think we should at least explore it. So I appreciate that you're on that.
That is definitely being explored, and that is a conversation I'm going to have, like with Mr. Simak and Ms. Wilson on too, get all of us on the phone with the adjuster and see what we can, how to move forward with that with them.
Sounds good.
I'm curious if you can rattle off your kids' birthdays as well as you do that.
I'm not going to do that in a public setting, but yes, I can. And my anniversary. Boom. Motion and second. Dr. Payne, Ms. Simmons, any other questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Buckner.
Thank you.
That'll bring us to item L. L1, the board will meet in executive session to discuss superintendent evaluation. The executive session deliberations will be held pursuant to the Personnel Matters Closed Meeting exception to the Texas Open Meetings Act as set forth in Section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Thank y'all for being here. We'll see you when we get back. And yes, there's less than a month to the start of school. Sorry to tell you. Bringing us back into open session at 9:34 p.m.
Just want to say that as a board, we're very happy with our superintendent who's been here a year. Obviously, there's been some learning curve in there, us learning you and you learning us in the district. But overall, very excited about changes that are made and positive direction that we're moving, positive direction that district's going, a lot of feedback internally and externally. And so with that being said, I make a motion to approve that we extend your contract for an additional year as to what it is now.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Payne, second by Ms. Iggy. Any further comment?
I would just like to add on to what Dr. Payne said, that we've been, very excited about Dr. Harkrider and the financial savings he's found, the addition, changes in policies and procedures that he's starting to put in place. That we're, I think, definitely on the right track, and he is looking forward to his leadership over the next few years and into the future beyond that, hopefully.
Yeah, as a board, we get tasked with decisions, and we were tasked with that decision about a year ago, a little over a year ago, to find the next superintendent of schools here. And here we are 12 months later, and the vision, direction of what we've seen is very positive. We heard from some of our teachers here tonight that kind of just shows how we're going to help our kids. And to see that in 12 months and in a tough year with legislative situations, we're excited to have you here and excited for the future and beyond. So
Yeah.
again, go ahead.
I was just going to add, I think we have to come in here and we have to talk through some of the challenges, and the difficult things when we're in this room. But I appreciate that you keep a focus on students. And the reason that we're doing all this and the reason we're trying to meet all these challenges is for the students. And so that's something that I've appreciated in watching you too.
And just to add on to that, obviously there's been a lot of change, but some of that is, most of it's all on purpose, right? Many of us asked for some changes, but change is hard for a lot of folks, and recognize that as well. But I do agree that the changes for the right reason, and that we're set up at a place where, we can continue to show success moving forward.
I just want to add, it's been really neat to see you put together this amazing team of people from other districts, also promoting within when it was deemed necessary or deemed a good thing from our district. So I think you have a great team in place now, and we're excited to see everything come into focus.
All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Congratulations. Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. And appreciate the team behind the camera. You guys can't see. Appreciate you guys. Can't do what I do without all of you here. So thank you. Thank you for your confidence in myself and our leadership team. And we're looking forward to a great 24-25.
I'll bring us to adjourn.